Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. How's it going? We're doing art today. How is everyone? Sorry, just had to reload my chat. Seemed to be broken. I think it's good now. And I'm going to put it off to the side where I might be able to monitor it. Hello! I am here. Alright, sweet. How you doing, Mudkip? Hello. Oh no. Yudhistria. Terrible at pronunciations. I'm sorry. Uh, Vince, Lapasa, Aiden. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna be continuing off from where I was the last time I streamed with you. I've been doing a bunch of HUD stuff, and I figured that kind of what we had worked on previously was pretty fun. I was really worried when I was working on it with you that it just was not turning out, but after looking at it, I'm not like too dissatisfied with it. I'm gonna tweak it a bit. I'll probably end up throwing the whole thing out as it goes, but uh, not so bad. So I think we can continue on with it. But for anyone who was not present or need to kind of like see it again, which I mean that's what we're going to be doing today. We've been working on a kind of new environment for the upcoming Sky Palace. I believe is the running name at least now. Um, and essentially this is kind of like the dirigible kind of like system, obviously, if you're familiar with the floating islands. This is kind of an expansion beyond or in addition. And so effectively, players could be traveling up to this cool place, way up, so high up that the atmosphere has gotten very thin. And there is some crazy cloud architecture up here. And effectively, what I want to work on today is refining this and kind of making it so that we can kind of like apply different power types to it, because that's kind of like one of the things that will change. With the original kind of like floating islands, one of the things that obviously you could do is have the different uh, modifiers kind of like be visible. So like the sky glass or like treasure, loot cache. Sorry, coffee's still kicking in. But pirates, cheese, that kind of stuff would all change depending on what you rolled up. And we could technically do that here, but I think that because you visit here so rarely, it's less important to have that much variety in the visuals. And so I think that I want to kind of focus a little bit more on making the power type kind of the important thing and not worry about kind of showing, the different resources that might appear here. Um, I think it would be nice to have it, but I think that it's more kind of pertinent to just have the kind of like asset ready to go, and I can kind of tweak and add that if I have spare time. But I don't want to push back the release at all by kind of like overdoing certain things. I'm already kind of like running up to the proposed time due date, so I gotta get cracking on this. But yeah, sup, bro? Not much, not much. Yeah, back to MouseHunt after about 8 years. Really need to catch up. Yeah, no, there's a lot to catch up on. 8 years is we got a lot done in the past 8 years. So we did do a decent amount of compression from stuff back then. So it might not be too bad to get up to the floating islands, which is the most current. So if you have kind of like a good plan of attack, and hopefully you got to get some stuff from the event season. Um, you know, It's often good tools for kind of like mid players there. But yeah, if you kind of have an attack plan, hopefully you can get to the good stuff. But yeah, lots to do. And I know that like some people who were around when the floating island was released are like, no more, like I still have so much to do here. But the way we've designed this is that it kind of enhances the current gameplay, so it's not going to be like suddenly it's like, oh, I got more catching up to do. It's actually um, good for kind of like, you know, getting further along on your current tasks. So it should actually be beneficial to add into the gameplay that exists. All right, so this is the group that I need to be in here. So I'm wondering, like, I like the vault door, but part of the design that I have going on, it actually kind of uses this in a different spot. And I had a comment from the other devs saying, like, it might be a bit weird to have this visible in both places. So as much as I like this vault door looking thing, I'm actually probably going to swap it out for something different. And maybe it would just be like a massive door with the power type visible on it. That might actually be a nice way to show that, because originally I was going to have like, oh, like a big kind of banner or something, like a embossed symbol kind of like above the structure, but it's like, well, why not make the vault door type thing using that? And so I can make it look different from this specific device, which is used elsewhere, and that would be kind of two birds with one stone. I still keep the aesthetic that I like. I make it a little more functional to showing the power type, which I think is useful. And yeah, I don't need to change the design too much. I am gonna tweak this. It's a bit wonky, but it's not too bad. I know that when I was at the end of the stream, I was kind of like pretty tired. So when I was looking at it, I was like, I really don't like this at all. But it's not bad. I think it just needs a little bit of, you know, fine tuning to get to where it needs to go. Is there a size restriction for building islands still there? Size restriction is in like my own pixel dimension for what I'm doing here. If that's the question, then yes. This isn't the precise kind of size, but there is actually a limit because the overlay that I do use, should import it. The overlay that I do use is very specific, and so I want to be able to use the exact same one, in which case there is a limit to the dimensions that I can work within. But I'm actually going to import all that right now, I think, to make sure that I work within the space I need. And it should actually help me set up this structure in a better way. So I think I'll do that next before I kind of like do any more rendering on this. I think that'll help. Hello, Roxanne. Hello, Emily. Bin Bomber. How often do you reckon we'll be able to visit? Is it like once 4 or 5 cycles, or even less? I believe it's 4 cycles. So it's not too bad. You can definitely like churn through it. And it's just a little more spaced out. But that is kind of to be determined balance-wise for testing and stuff like that. So we'll have to see where it ends up once we've kind of like gotten all of the structure kind of like balanced how we want, kind of like mechanics and stuff like that, and rewards and that kind of stuff. And that will potentially affect kind of like how frequently you can run through it, because there's kind of like a thing you do to earn. Ooh. Gosh, scratch your ear. Boy needs a bath. Yeah, there is essentially kind of like resources that you will use to kind of access this, and so we can adjust how many are required effectively to kind of like balance the mechanic there, to kind of like make sure the you know challenge and reward is in an appropriate place. So yeah, if it's animated, rotating hologram of the paratype above the palace thing, that sounds awesome, and that's the kind of thing that I would totally do. But I think that the team would be like, please, not right now. We want to like make sure this is done in a timely manner, because I would overcomplicate it and make it like really cool, but it would also take like a week, and I don't think that's worth it. But that would be cool. And one of the other things about that is some people are a bit sensitive to kind of like looping rotations of animations, especially if they were like really short cycle. So if I had that, I would definitely want to make sure we could like have that toggleable, kind of like we're looking at the animation of the dirigible bobbing, and looking to make it something that you can turn on and off, where it can stay static or it can bob up and down. And so if we ever did kind of like that kind of animation, I would want to make sure it could use the same options if possible. Um, yeah, that would be neat. I want to do more kind of like little animations. I think they're neat, and I'm learning how to do that kind of stuff. So that'd be a lot of fun. But I don't think I'll do it right now. I already have too much stuff I gotta finish up. So I love the idea though. Put the power type on the door. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'm going to change the door and make it so that it's more just a big kind of like vault slab, and then when you kind of have the overlay, it would kind of imprint the power type on top of that, I think. Um, I like the idea of having a queue for trap skins. That's a great idea. Should actually like build something like that, and like I don't know, it'd be kind of cool if there was like a community kind of like, ooh, this would be a neat skin on this trap, because a lot of the time the art team will be like, okay, we need to do a new trap skin for this event coming up. What would be a good trap? And we kind of like look through what players are currently using, what ones have trap skins, and try and just kind of like take a guess at what would be nice for people. But yeah, if we actually had like player feedback where there was like even like a voting, where it could like change the priority of things, like if someone wants to figure out how to do that, that'd be amazing. I would love a tool like that for the team. And like, yeah, I like the idea of it could be like a suggestion of what the trap skin might be, and that'd be cool because then it'd be like, we could like pull from that list for like events and stuff and be like, ooh, this is a cool Halloween one. Let's make that for the community, and they ask for this, so even better. Or even what would be pretty nice would just be like this trap. I would love a new kind of skin for this trap, and for maybe this theme or something like that. Because some of them it's like, oh, this one has a lot of Great Winter Hunt skins already, so maybe we shouldn't do another one. But it's like, oh, but people want skins for this, so we would kind of like. I know that I would appreciate having that knowledge from you directly, the feedback. Uh, so yeah, that's just a random thought that I think would be awesome if anyone is interested in figuring out how to do that. Um, will there be any new special loot that can be found? There will be new loot, but not anything like uh, big, powerful trap or base. At least at current, we don't have plans of kind of like adding new kind of like tier of stuff there right now. But there will be new resources. Um, could the building be extended upwards but still remain unchanged? Up to a limit. Like I'm going to import the file so we'll actually know what our dimensions are, but I think it's probably about this tall, and then it won't kind of like import anything above that. And I'll have to verify that with mobile as well, how we're going to do that, but it should be fine. But yeah, like the main kind of section will change, and then I'll make some details up here and stuff like that. Like this would be like the base structure, and there would always be something on top of it So you'll always have a power type kind of like determined, and so there will always be more detail than just kind of this base version. But I'm excited to detail these, see what kind of cool stuff we can create with the power types. Because like the actual power type islands, I think are amazing looking. And I would love to put that much effort into this, but I don't know that we'll be able to. Floating islands, islands. Where are you? I gotta reorganize this folder. It's not very well done. Island slices. There you are. All right, so this is the file that I'll need to bring in. So this is like, look at all the detail that's on these. I think it's fantastic, but you don't get to appreciate it quite as much. But essentially this would kind of like be in the same space. And so I'll have to figure out exactly how this lines up. I should probably have it like this. So, I didn't mean to put it as a tab up there. What I should actually do is probably load in a linked file. That would be a good idea. So what I'm going to do is go to my MouseHunt. And, ooh, how convenient. I am actually okay. Let's see how this will work. So go to Paragon backdrop and then paste. Hello? Oh, do I need to? Layer is empty. That's a lie. Okay, let's try that again. Paste. There we go. Okay, so this will need to be scaled up. 400%. Yeah. All right. So I want to line this up so that it is effectively in the same place. That's looking pretty good there. And now I'm going to go to this one, and let's get the same setup going. Okay. So what one do I want? Why is that grouped weird? Oh, I see. Okay, that's how I set it up. All right, so I want the cog, and the sky glass is already set up how I need it. I don't have the trove, so I'll just hide that, just so I can make sure things are lining up nicely. Trove and or turned off. All right, so now I have relatively the same. What is the difference? Physical looks different. Is this the old asset? It is the old asset. Interesting. I would have assumed I brought in. That might actually make it a bit more challenging. I need to make sure it has the right physical island. This is the baby one, that's why. I need Paragon Islands. I'll turn that back on. There we go. All right. Physical. There we go. Now we're looking the same. Okay. So if I save this file now, it's going to have this configuration. And then I come over here and I place linked. And let's go to my interface, HUDs, floating islands, slices, islands, place. All right. Now I just need to line this up so that it is overlapping precisely. Wow, so that's like even scaled just a tiny bit. This is a bit messy. Okay, let's full screen this. Whoa, what is going on? I didn't have full screen. Photoshop? Don't do me like this. Alright, no. Gonna have to reopen this window. Try that again. Weird. Okay, well, I'll just snap that to the top. That should work. Alright, so place linked. Place this file and lower the opacity so I can line things up. Okay, so we'll use, what's a good point of contact here is the corner of that stone. So we'll put the corner of that stone there. Okay, so it looks like it's like 40% size. Just very random. That's looking pretty good. All right, well, that's super. Let's try just tweaking that just a little bit more. Yeah, 39.98. I'll just go rounded at 40. Okay, so that is the limitations of the file here. So it actually can't go above here. So we can go the full height, which is interesting. I didn't expect that. And we can go all the way over here, all the way over here. So what I'll do is actually create a bounding box, and we can put this here, and I'll just fill it with whatever color. Cool. So now I know what the placement of this specific file is. And then can get rid of that. Can get rid of. Actually, just make sure that this is lined up a little more accurately. I didn't want to be doing that as a selection. Okay. Deselect. Still okay. Okay. Okay, that looks good there. So fuzzy. Alright, that's pretty good. Accurate enough. Doesn't need to be like ultra precise, but that works. Alright, so now we know how this will line up. I can take a selection of this, turn on the Sky Palace, and now if I take a copy of that and then go into this file, paste it here, go all the way to the top. And this will need to be scaled up to 200%, 300. Ooh, weird. Nope, 250, I guess. Huh. 250. Weird. All right. So now I know how things will have to line up on this file exactly. So if I were to just kind of decorate this real quick with a very beautiful decoration. Just there we go. Okay, so if I save that now, and now I go back to, oh, I got a lot of big files open right now. HUD stuff. All right, so if I go here, and then this goes above the Sky Palace here, but not above the HUD. See that? We now have it lining up almost perfectly. Honestly, that's probably as perfect as it'll get. But now we have it set up so that we can do all the kind of like specific design work in this version, right? And then that will overlay correctly. So that's a big deal. That actually makes this much better. I dislike that there's this kind of like, it's too big to actually be utilized, but it is what it is. So I should also do the same thing for the mobile version. So save that. Turn the HUD back on, actually. Okay, so this HUD is this thing here, yeah. This is the resource tray, very good. Got to clean that up a little bit. Actually, this will always have the cheese there. Okay, sorry. I've been ignoring the chat completely. Can I make the palette shinier? Yeah, I'm probably going to make this much nicer color. I just kind of wanted to block it in, figure out the shape before kind of like rendering the exterior. Maybe like some nice marble and stuff. Shinier purple. Yeah, symbol in the door for sure. Yeah, we could like change what's in the windows or add remove windows for each of the different power types. We can totally make each one unique looking. But I do want to complete that today, so I'm going to try and design around that time frame, and we're already half an hour in, so I need to kind of like be aware of how much time I'm using. Oh, Fantasia, interesting. Does kind of have that vibe, doesn't it? Neat. How many new mice are expected for the Sky Palace? Probably around a dozen, something like that. It's pretty decent. All right. Oh, I knew this was coming up, and I personally don't have the answer for this, so I will kind of like notice it though. Someone is getting very close to the platinum crown for the absolute acolyte. Is it on the radar for considering adding platinum mysterious box? I saw this question come up before, and I don't know what the answer is. I haven't heard back from the other devs about it, so I can't answer that. I wish I could. That's definitely more of a Dave question, but I'll poke him about it, I suppose. Building some sort of eyeglass. Hmm. If you're getting that Blizzard vibes from the art, that's probably a good sign. They have very, very good artists. Spaceship to this palace. All right. Yeah, not full geyser amount, I don't think. But close. Actually, yeah, how many were a part of the geyser? It might actually be similar. Yeah, 1,000 mice. Yeah. Oh yeah, we got the Protoss happening here. All right. Will the new mice be Paragon speedwise? Dreading crown goals. No, actually, it is a little different. It's not the case where you'll only get one. Um, there is one of those, but like it'll be better in a way, kind of. It'll be relative to the paragons for one of them. But you'll see. You'll see. It's not so bad. Um, it actually works out pretty well. Uh, the challenge will be kind of like each individual one is a thing, but like you'll be able to get multiples when you get to them. That's all I'll say. And you know what? The mechanics might be slightly different. This is kind of like my latest internal knowledge of the design, which I haven't actually gotten to kind of like playtest recently. So it's possible that could have tweaked. But I think that'll be the case where it's kind of like, you know, if you're targeting one of the mice, like when you get to them, you'll probably get multiples. Um, Floating Islands journal theme, perhaps. Ooh, that could be neat. That could be nice. All right, so what I need to do is the same thing here, where I import that linked file, but for mobile. So I need that in the adventure view. Should be this one. Okay. Do I have a Sky Palace here? Yes, I do. Now, the one thing I'll need to do is figure out exactly how this is lined up currently on mobile. I like that I can see more of the spire action here. That's pretty. I might try and show more like this in the browser one. Because it kind of, you don't get that impression there. So I might drag some of this over so you get a little more of that interesting spire, because I actually quite liked how that looked. So do I have a screenshot from mobile that I could use? Let's see. Sure I do. But where did I put it is the question. Gotta get better at organizing my stuff. I suppose I could just use my phone. Sorry, I'm just looking around my various files, seeing if I have something useful. Not that. Well. Okay, I don't think I do in that folder. All right. So, oh, interesting. So that overlays on top. That's right. So I will send this to myself. And send. Oh, and apparently our Larry links are still broken right now, so there won't be a Larry link reward today. I'm sorry about that. Come on, load my image. Hello? I sent it to myself. Should appear. Why is it not appearing? Oh. Okay, try that again. Apparently, there's two versions of me. There it is. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, I'm going to switch my feed for a second while I open this. Pardon me. Just want to make sure I don't dox myself. Okay. And crop that. That should work. Alright, so I got myself a screen grab so that I can line this up here. So yeah, this is something that I need to be cognizant of, is that this floats above the frame. So I'm going to need to make the palace work above this line so I can make it sit behind the frame, or make it a floating thing, which also could work. So I didn't even think of this, but that's interesting. All right, so now if I place a linked version of this file, then I'm going to need to change it back to the physical version. So I'll do that. That's fine there for now. All right, so turn off that, save it again. Now let's go back here. This should reload. Hello? Reload, please. What's going on? Relink. Did it not save correctly? That's right, my computer is just being very slow. I'm telling it to like import live big file and just dynamically do every, okay, there we go. Yeah, it just needed to save itself. That's fair. Okay, so this one needs to be shrunk down to what, like 75, 50% maybe? Seems bigger than 50%. Yeah, of course it's not some specifically useful number. All right, so let's do that same thing where I choose a point, move that there. There we go, 56%. That looks pretty exact, actually. Okay, so now we have this. Oh, I'm doing it on the wrong file. Alright, well, I need to do this on this file. This is the file I need to do this on. Alright, so let's see if I can just take both of these over. A chaotic mess. Did that work? Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm really punishing the computer here. This is dangerous. Okay, I could use this to line things up though. Oh goodness. So weird that it's like 135%. This is very, very odd. Alright, so move that over there. That seems okay. Oh boy. Alright. Probably could have made that more precise. Yeah, some of that's changing down there anyways. Alright, well, let's see. Try that again, actually. Okay, so bringing both of these in together. Now it's on the top. Drop the overall opacity down to 50%. And let's see what's a nice clean point that I can refer to. Probably not that. That's fine. Oh, I should probably have just set this to. Sorry, I'm so rambly and just kind of talking to myself. Should probably turned it to the high altitude version. So that should help line things up. Yeah, that's worse. Alright. Alright, let's change this to Paragon first. Okay, that's relatively close. Okay, well, this is good enough. I just kind of need to get the relatively... Actually, it might need to be extremely precise. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I just need to make sure that this isn't gonna overlap unless I want it to. So the bottom of this rock here is kind of like my limit, which actually works. So I don't know if anything I'm doing makes any sense right now. But if I draw below that line there, that's effectively, let's see, it's going to load for a second. This should line up with the top of this bar once it's done saving. Thinking, loading, converting. I should have a Kofi. Alex has a Kofi. It's pretty cool. All right. Oh my goodness. I have way too many super mega files open. Like, if you want to have an idea of how big some of these files can get for HUDs, look at the layer count. Nearly 2,200 layers have gone through this. A lot of them get like compressed and deleted because it's like trying different things or like copying and pasting groups of things. But yeah, there's a lot of work that gets done in this. See, there we go. That lines up pretty good. So now I know kind of like my bounding area. So I can't go kind of above here and I can't go below here. So that's not too bad actually. Not too bad. Because yeah, in my there we go. So here I know, I shouldn't draw above this point either. Just for browser or for mobile purposes anyways. Browser I can do more. It'll just have to get cropped on mobile. Yeah. Okay. Now I know how that's all working. So we could literally just start doing the cool details on this file right here. And so what I should do is make this round. Awesome. So yeah, this should work. And effectively that should be turned off in the end. And that'll just kind of overlay. But what I'm thinking actually is maybe it would be best to have kind of like maybe just the platform in the very base file. And then this structure will be a part of this, just in case there's like little, like, if it doesn't line up exactly how it needs to, like pixel perfect, and if there's, because like we're working on a bigger file and compressing it down to a smaller size. So what's going to happen is sometimes the output's going to be like, oh, I have 5 pixels that are being compressed into 1 pixel. Usually it's 2 to 1 or 4 to 1, but the system will have to decide like, oh, okay, so this 1 pixel that's representing 4 other pixels, I have to decide what color it actually is. And so you can get like little tiny pixel shifting at times as it kind of like determines how it wants to make it look versus the original. And so, I like making things pixel perfect, but with something like this, it's a very convoluted HUD, and I'm not the one who gets to set up the layers exactly how I need them and like bump each pixel up and down and to the left and right. And also, it seems like there's some resizing where, like browser is like, yeah, we're going to just kind of squish it to 133%, or, like 78% of the original or something like weird. Um, and so I can't account for that in this. So I think it'll be easier if the base structure is in each of these kind of like, so when it gets popped on top, the whole structure stands on its own and it works. Kind of like how when you're visiting an island and it has the island itself with all the modifiers. It'll be similar in that sense. Instead of there's just always an island and then we just throw the modifiers on top of that and the island never changes, but the modifiers do. Instead, you get the whole island and the modifiers, and all of those can change together. And that way it doesn't matter how they line up. So that will make it more effective for how we design it. And in which case, for the view here, cool, that lines up pretty good. We are going to just blast that off. So that. Okay. Goodness, this is such a ordeal the way that I've set this up. All right, so this one, we'll just get rid of this. Right, so then when you load up the power type version, it'll kind of like plop it on top like that, but with the power type details. So we could change the shape of the building as well as kind of the decorations on top of it, which is cool. So that's pretty okay. I think I'll just make sure the platform's a little bit wider, or just kind of more encompassing, just to make sure that if it does get shifted around, it'll still sit nicely on top of that. It's kind of like a pedestal, I guess. So hide that again. And okay. We'll just do a layer on top. That's the wrong color. Use my smoothing brush. All right. As is true to fashion, I really love complicating HUDs, and like, not in terms of like design for the player to use it, but in terms of like engineering it together. Just the way that things layer and overlap and have to be like perfectly aligned. Speaking of which, I actually do want to show off a thing now. Give a little bit of cool spoiler. Wow, that got laggy. Let's try that again. That is bad. I'm just trying to clean that, even though like this is going to get overlaid on top of, so why bother? This. Cool. All right, so let's go into this file here, and now let's turn off. Top modifiers are gone. Backdrop is gone. This I can use. Just regular brush here. All right. So, oh, actually, I should keep that duplicated, because this will come in handy as a backdrop, actually. Okay. Now I can get rid of this. All right. But first, let's just give ourselves a backdrop so I can see what I'm doing a little bit better. White might be better for this. Yeah. So I'm just cutting out this structure here. And then this will be kind of like the base that we work off of for all the other, for all the power type versions. So I don't need to be too precious with it, but I'll probably clean it up when we actually go to the different power types. But I'm just doing this to make sure that things are going to line up as I expect them to. I really do always kind of figure out the most complicated way to do a HUD. I don't know if I should take pride in that or just be sad. Okay, so this is fine. All right, so if I save this now and we go over to this file, we're going to see the backdrop disappear, but then just the structure will just kind of suddenly appear to be left. Gonna take a moment still. There we go. Okay, so that's actually what I wanted it to do. Although it looks weird now. It's good to be able to see the dirigible in reference to this. So then when we have the Paragon version of this, or the, sorry, SkyPal's version of this, let's see if this lines up nicely or not. Because this one I think I just slapped haphazardly. Oh my goodness, it's so slow. Do I have something? Oh, right, it's that. Okay, I get it. I had a screenshot covering it. Okay, so that is good to know, because I actually am going to have to move this to fit. All right. Because I was just guessing at the placement, but now I realize I need to do that more precisely, which would be this backdrop, and that is going to have to go right about here. And scale it up a little bit. Okay, so I got to turn that down a little bit. Put it to 50%. And this alright, this needs to why isn't that linked? 93%? See what I mean? It's like such random numbers. Okay, now things should be lined up. Yeah, this is one of the things that makes HUDs take a little longer. So I'm very particular about making sure everything works exactly as it needs to, but the way things get implemented is a little bit chaotic. And that's just how it needs to be, though. All right, awesome. So that should be lined up perfectly, or as perfectly as I can get it. So now I know exactly how that's going to overlay. And now if I resave this backdrop file to be without this kind of visual on top here, should be this file here. Turn that off and turn that and that off. And now if I output this, my computer is going to die today. I am pushing it to the extremes. Okay, so I think this gets exported at full size. Maybe not, that's pretty big. Let's see. Put in Sky Palace, HUD, slices. Where is that file? Adventure View? No, where did I put it? Kind of should be in the slices area. Oh, that's where I put it. Okay, so what size is it? 760. Okay, so I did shrink it down to 1/4 the size. And it is transparent. I'll put it here because both systems are going to be using this. Very good. Okay. If anyone's actually able to follow what I'm doing, I will be so impressed. Okay, so now I'm going to relink this file to here, and that removed the building from the top, right? So now we're using, this is what it should look like without an actual location selected. And then, when it does choose one, boom, that goes on top and that sits pretty good. So I'm pretty happy with that. And then here's kind of like what the dirigible will look like in that space. Get that like linked arm thing just because. And boom. So that's pretty okay. The linked arm does kind of just float. It might kind of feel like it's just kind of like not attached to anything. So I might need to just make sure that there's something for it to kind of like connect to right here. So that's good to know. So I didn't even consider that before. Now that I'm looking at that in context, that will look weird if it doesn't have something that it's connected to. So we can do that. All right. Whew. I would love to like have the resolution increased for stuff like traps and stuff. And I don't think we would be able to do that retroactively is the thing. at least not very easily. It'd be a lot of work to have to go through all of the assets and like upscale them. But over the past little while, we've been uploading like much higher resolution versions as well as the browser kind of like live version that you see in game. Um, and so, eventually we might be doing that maybe with 4.0. And for the most part, you would still see it the same way, but yeah, maybe we would have an area where you could like click to view images at a higher resolution, and that'd be amazing. Because yeah, there's high def screens and stuff like that, and then like phones, when we have like high res and low res images mixed together, it can be really weird looking. So that's stuff to kind of be aware of and keep clean. Can be a challenge, but yeah, we're trying to just make a habit of always uploading the higher res versions of things, partially just for like posterity and just kind of making sure that if another artist needs to tweak something on that, you know, I mean, we always can like just kind of grab the raw file, but like if you just need to like slap that on top of like a marketing thing and it needs to be more print size, that's available and quick and easy to grab that way. Yeah, and yeah, like another thing is if it's scaled up to higher resolution, that's more loading for people. I mean, they're images, so it's not too bad. But like for mobile, the app kind of actually has certain limitations. There was a point not too long ago, like maybe 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, where we actually had to audit like a whole bunch of assets to kind of like find what PNGs I could turn into JPEGs without kind of like losing any of the detail, because we needed more like file. We needed to fit the app into a very specific size to do certain uploads or something like that. I don't remember the exact details. But yeah, actually, I had to go through some older kind of like assets and basically compress them down. They looked exactly the same, but I managed to kind of like save a bunch of space. So yeah, for certain situations, like even the tiniest file size can make a difference. So that's a thing as well. We can't just do everything high res all the time. Although I'd like to start converting that way because it's less and less an issue, and more something that people will want to see that way. And again, there's lots of cool detail in art that I want people to be able to experience. Generally, you get to see that on the stream with me, but not always. And in game, it's always quite limited. All right. Yeah, the tether was never on web, I don't think. But that was just because the thing is, and this is something that might surprise people, but it's just how it is for the situation we're working in. When we're doing the HUDs for browser and mobile, we try and make as much of it kind of like cross-compatible in terms of like if Andrew develops how it works on browser, Param, who's doing mobile now, can kind of like do the same thing and like take the code and stuff. But a lot of the time, it seems like there has to be kind of like each of them has their own custom versions of things, and so that can kind of mean that like it's implemented totally differently in the browser versus mobile. Hence, like this kind of cool link existing in mobile, and the layout being quite different. I'm sure that most of it works exactly the same. But yeah, that's just something that's kind of neat and interesting. But it also means that we need to like catch when there's inconsistencies. Some of them we're fine with, but others it's kind of like, oh, it totally works differently, and that doesn't work so well. All right. Yeah, I did mention that we are looking at a way to make it so that the bobbing animation is like something you can toggle on and off for people who don't like seeing that constant animation. because I know that that can actually there are people that are quite sensitive to that kind of like constant animating thing, and it'd be really like just a quality of life thing for someone to be able to just kind of toggle that off. Um, and so we're like probably not right off the bat, but like probably going to be looking at a way to kind of like just make that a setting for MouseHunt where you can just be like, hey, all the like little animations like this, just kind of toggle those off for me, please. And that's just kind of like my default now. But right now, I think we're going to do it where it's kind of like very custom um, per place. So like maybe we would have one for Queso Geyser or something in the future. But that one's not like a consistent animation, right? So it's not so bad. I think it's more just the constant animations that can be a bit bothersome. Like if it's just kind of like a cute little animation of the cork popping off, that's totally awesome, and I think people appreciate that. But yeah, just little things like that, and then that might actually make it so that we can add more of those looping animations where they could get annoying, but you could turn it off if you do find it annoying, which I think would be neat because I actually like a lot of cool moving things, but I would also probably try and make it even more subtle. Yeah. Yeah, it becomes blurry, lower res while it's in motion for like a lot of people too. That's not great, especially since it's like, ooh, cool, custom looking dirigible, and it just like looks bad. So yeah, being able to toggle that would be nice. Um, any insight on what we might expect on the track in this area? There will be some familiar things, but some new things. I assume you're talking about kind of the modifiers, the four of them that you can kind of access per run. Um, yeah, there will be some familiar ones, and there will be some new ones, and some uh, different takes on some familiar ones too. So, part of the design focus was making it work off of the exact same rule set. So, like, we're not changing the gameplay in terms of like you have to like learn a completely different way to do stuff. Like there will be changes, like the actual the way you access it is different, but it'll be like okay, that makes sense in terms of kind of like what I'm trying to do. It's a different layout of a thing. You'll see, but yeah, like the actual modifiers when you're on island is going to work the same. It's kind of like multipliers and just kind of like different versions of familiar things with new stuff in there too. So it should be pretty exciting though. I'm looking forward to the potential of it. And there's kind of like a pretty neat mechanic that maybe I won't talk about that. But it'll make sense. You've seen it before, but it's just like enhanced versions of things you've seen before, which is kind of cool. I actually do want to show off a thing. I'm like wanting to be spoiler free, but I was just thinking about this and now I want to show it. Let's see, where do I have that? Also because you probably won't see it exactly like this. So, oh, I have a message, hang on. Make sure that's nothing. That's good. Discord message. Yeah, I like that you screen grabbed the like the messy skeletal concepting stuff. There should be some stuff to try and figure out from that. That's interesting. All right. You can just see how messy my messy my layout is, or my file structure. All right, sorry, just trying to catch up on work message. Uh, uh. Sorry. Okay. What was I doing? I got totally sidetracked. I was. Oh, right. I was gonna do a spoilery thing. Good thing I remembered, right? All right. Let's see. This file here, and sound my horn. And speaking of totally obnoxious animations, this is a thing that I whipped up that I think is kind of cool. But yeah, it might not look exactly like that in the end. Yeah, I was going to show you all of the stuff in the Sky Palace update. Yes, all of it. I just thought that was a fun little kind of thing. But yeah, one of those things that would be like, cannot have that kind of animation running for very long because it can get like overload, sensory overload with all the moving bits. Yeah, a Sharingan. Yeah. So that's all the spoilers for that. Okay, we actually set up the files how we need them, which is awesome. So I should probably be able to close a bunch of these massive files now. So this is our mobile kind of like layout for the Sky Palace, and I'm going to put this on its own group, and this should be above the HUD because this actually overlaps. Now this, I won't actually need to export it, at least not this part. This will be here to verify that things look right. So I don't need to do anything in this file. This file is basically good to go. Aside from maybe doing a little extra detailing on the clouds to make it look a little different. And re-importing the backdrop when it's kind of more completed, which is cool because I can do that using this file here. Yeah. So this is all HUD stuff here. That is fine. Okay, where's the HUD itself? Right here. Okay, cool. So that's above that. In which case, I think I'll just move this up to the top here. Yeah, that's fine. And then I'll do this, and this will, boom. So now I can reload this when I'm like ready to do my final exports. I'll like touch up the clouds down here. I'll make sure that this loads in the correct backdrop. And all I need to do is export this version of it when it's fully ready. And then that will update this. I export that. That's the final version, all good to go. this is not visible. This will turn to a red layer to know, okay, if it's a red one, I need to make sure that's turned off because I don't want the base file for like every time you go to the Sky Palace to have my beautiful dirigible here. That's probably not good to have. So this will be what it looks like effectively when it's uploaded into mobile. And then Param adds kind of the resource containers and stuff and kind of overlays all the details of what's needed, where they go. I kind of shifted stuff around. You might notice that this looks different. So this has been updated to have 2 containers, mysterious and interesting. And I believe that these resource trays have been just kind of shifted a little bit, and this extended to be a little bit taller, just to fit things, because this heightened, like the height changed on that, so I just kind of bumped some things around to fit that a bit better. So that might look a little bit different. And then, do I not have the high altitude version here? Interesting. Oh no, there it is. There it be. Okay. Good, good. Whole wheat shreddies. I actually might need to change the backdrop here, because I think we're making it so that it's slightly modular, where like there could be just the one version and then the double version. So I might need to tweak that. Because if I turn off the cheese panels, you can see that the backdrop is like weirdly shaded. So I think I need to just make this just nice cloud, and then the shading itself is just going to have to, it's just going to have to do with it, the shading, which isn't bad. If I look at it with the cheese panel here on the Sky Palace, it doesn't look too bad. I kind of preferred it with the shading, but I might have to just not have it. So yeah, I'll tweak that. That's a good name. I like it. I will not show you the bonus tiles. Sorry. Not today. Maybe later. Not today. Okay. So one thing I just realized is I think, is this using the most recent? I believe that is good. Okay, cool. It just looked a little bit pixely. No, it's actually shrunk down. What? What is that? 48.39 per. What is going on? Why is that scaled to such a strange size? That is odd. What is this one? Hang on. What is the 300 pixels? Weird. So weird. Okay. Let's see if I place a linked file again. Don't look at my files. Mobile. Place. Yeah, this is at full size. Why is that so huge? This is only like 200 pixels wide. What is going on? So weird. Yeah, 200 pixels wide. Why is it looking this huge? And then it's like scaled up, so it's super blurry. What if the resolution Oh, interesting. Just want to see what this will do. Seems like a bad idea. But now I gotta know. Is it the resolution doing that? So if I place a link, set it to 200. No, it's... Oh no, this is 200 at 72. Okay. Weird. All right. Live a life on the edge. All right. So what I might do... Should I set this to 72? That I don't normally have to do that though. Why is it doing this? Okay, so if I keep this at 1280, put this to 72, bump that up to 1280, it should look exactly the same. And then if I place a link, now it should scale it down appropriately. Yeah, look how crisp that is. And now it's tiny. Oh boy. Who made these files? This is wild. Okay. So this one's a slightly bigger version, but it should be like twice that size. No, that's right. Because when I export this version, it gets halved. Okay. This is fine. It's supposed to be this way. All right, so this scaling up to 200% is what it should look like. Boom. Okay, cool. That does actually line up exactly how I need it. Oh, my brain. So that's fine because what I think I'll be doing is actually exporting the final version without these like cheese bits here. So let me make sure the resolution's back to what it was, just because I don't want to actually mess with that. 300. Okay, cool. So when it's exported, doesn't have these cheese frames. When the proper version of it gets overlaid, it doesn't have weird pixeling issues. It can get lined up as needed. We're good. All good. Okay, cool. I just had a weird moment. Okay, so one of the things that I did undo was this backdrop here. Just needed to create a clipping mask for it. Boom. All right, now we're good. Saved. Phew. All right. That's the last time I saved, just now. Before that, I don't even know. I don't even know. Okay, so this file is good. I don't need to do anything with this now. Not until I'm like at the final export versions where I just need to like turn off the cheese here, maybe touch up the cloud a little bit and make sure that the backdrop is properly loaded, which it should be once I export that. So this is good. I can close this. We're good. This one, I mean, it might have been good to have that open just for taking a look at how it looks in the end, but that's fine. This one we're going to work on today. We're going to be using this. This one's the backdrop that loads. This is like the final output. So obviously this is going to need to be kind of like touched up, but we can do that through the browser version and then re-export to this file. Oh wait, no, this is the browser file. I just had everything turned off. Ha, got it. Okay, cool. So altitude resources, got a cool bag there, looking good. All right, I'll leave that turned on. Have the dirigible on for fun, and this, don't need that. Don't need that. Boom. Cool, so this is the loaded in file. All right, so we have half an hour before we take lunch. What do we want to do first? Do we want to work on the backdrop a little more and just kind of like touch up this, make it look pretty, which is nice? Or do we want to work on kind of like designing this space a little more? All right, have a good meeting, Alex. I'll be here for a while yet, so feel free to return. So I'm thinking I want to try designing this building a little more. So what I'll do is I'm going to have this open in another window. So every time I save, it'll update this view, and then we can jump back to it. I'm actually going to close my other files. Probably should have closed these earlier. They're very big. So that would have saved a little bit of struggle for the computer. All right, so go in here. We're going to turn this back on because this will kind of be our reference point. Yeah, it'd be kind of nice to be able to paint in the full image, but well, I could do it if I do a slice. It's kind of extra to do it this way, but being able to paint it all in context is actually kind of nice. So if I increase the canvas, it's pretty big already. I'm gonna not slice it. It's just a lot to deal with. Wait, does it already have a slice? It does. When did that happen? Has it always had a slice there? Interesting. Interesting. So I always had this slice here. And here. Oh, interesting. Okay, so you know what? I already designed this to be cropped properly. Oh, look how close I was to like actually drawing that reference point. It's like 2 pixels off. That's pretty good. And this is at this resolution. Not bad. Okay, so I already designed it with kind of like some bleed so that when I was rendering the islands, I could just kind of like see more space, but know, yeah, I'm not going to be able to render anything out there. It just makes drawing easier when you have that space. So I can turn those off, and I know not to go below the bottom of the pillar here unless I want it overlapping on the mobile version, which is cool. Can do. All right, so this I should probably have the building-less version here. Let's see, I can do that. All right. So can I? Where did that bounding box go? Did I delete it? No, this is not it. Maybe I did delete it. I meant to keep it. Oops. Whoop. Or maybe I did that on a different file. Just gonna make it so that I can do a selection on it. Create a bounding box. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's what happened. Computer is not happy with me. There we go. Okay. Sorry. There it is. That's the selection I was looking for. All right, so turn off resources. Should just turn off overlay. Turn off dirigible. Copy that. Bringing it over here and paste. No? Okay, fine. Paste and scale. Did this get scaled up? Probably. 250. Don't even know how the conversions work. Cool. All right. So there it is with just the pillar. That's what I want. So now I can kind of see it with everything turned on and off. And then just drawing on top of this. So we'll create a group, power types. All right, so what we want to probably do is have this structure be the base for them. Didn't mean to do that. Apply. There we go. So then I could copy this into all of them potentially, or each of these will draw on top. Weird. All right, just have to move that above, I guess. There we go. Now it's set up. It was going into group 8 for whatever reason. All right, so let's see, what power types do we need? So we will have arcane, we will have forgotten, we will have hydro, shadow, draconic, law, physical, and tactical. Cool. All right, so getting closer to being able to actually draw. All right, I can close that. I don't need this screenshot anymore. Keep that because it looks cool. I should probably open this because I will use this. Oh, didn't open it on the main screen. No extra spoiler for you. All right. It's a shame. But it decided it didn't want to show it to you. File linkage is, at least the way that I use it, I'm not sure what other art programs have it, but yeah, Photoshop is, it's one of the reasons why I still use Photoshop for HUD stuff, because it's very powerful for this kind of work. Whereas Clip Studio, I don't know if it can do the file linking. It probably can, to be honest, but I haven't looked into it. Just because the layout stuff, I haven't learned how to do that as effectively in Clip Studio. And as you've seen, I like to make everything absolutely pixel perfect and like controlling the export exactly. It's very important to my process. So that's just how it is. All right, so yeah, what I want to do is maybe play with this building a little bit. This is full res, I believe, here. So I want to make this door more kind of like just generic. I suppose I should do a layer on top, just so that we can go back to this if we need it. So I kind of like some of the greeble still existing, but I just want to change it to not be exactly the same as that animated spinny thing that I showed you, because that has a different place that it exists. Oops. So I kind of want this to just feel more like a massive vault door. So I think the best way to do that is just filling this in. Yeah, it looks very, very good right now. Such a beautiful door that I have created. So basically, each of the power types would use this base image, and then because of that, it'll be able to kind of like slap its own power type on top of that. So you'll get like slight kind of layering in the surfaces here. Oh my goodness, it's so slow. I might restart Photoshop over my lunch break. Linked files can also do that. It can be a bit much because it's literally like just dynamically loading a whole other Photoshop file into itself. So if it's a big enough file, it can be a bit much. But at the same time, it's not like it's kind of like always, you know, grabbing from it. I think it's only whenever the file actually changes and it realizes that it's changed that it like takes resources to change it. Otherwise, it's just kind of loaded into memory. So if you have enough RAM, it's not so bad. But if your Photoshop likes to misbehave and just hang for no reason, then it can be a bit much for it. Which is what I'm quite familiar with. Good times. So if I kind of give it this banding, I can kind of make it feel like it's lathed, spun door, massive door. All right, so do this and make it like more flat color. That'll make it seem like it's being kind of flattened, whereas the other kind of surfaces are a little more beveled. Maybe? Should give that impression. dark on this edge. Nice and thin though. Cool. So I want it to feel like it's inset into this kind of structure. I think that it's a little bit not centered though, so I'm probably gonna have to just bump this around a little bit. So I'm just gonna merge that so it makes it easier to do this. Okay, that seems a little better to me. Nice. All right, so if I take this and what layer am I looking for? Oh, I see. Aha. Right, okay. Okay. That's the one I want. All right. Sorry, I'm just gonna ramble at myself. So exactly. Here we go. So let's scale that up. That's pretty big, but it might actually need to be at least that big for it to be like visible. So that's probably the minimum size that it needs to be honest. It might even need to be like bigger than that. Let's see. Let's try 300. 300 is like the full door, so that's too much. But 250 is probably what it needs to be. And then, honestly, that makes it better for just simplifying the door even further. So that's fine. So I can figure out all that specific detail in a second. Should probably just make sure that this all lines up all right. So that's not terrible. All right, so let's give this a save, but I'm going to turn off the backdrop first. So this is what would get imported onto the different views in game. So if I save this, and then go to this view, turn on overlay, boom, there it is, see? Linked. And then if we look at it at size, which is about this size, I believe, that is visible. I can see the power type symbol. So that's not terrible. I might bump it down just a little bit. Try my dirigible. Yeah, I think that'll work. All right, so that's not so bad. Yeah, exactly. That's right. In which case, I could probably do this. Parent, and now if I go over to this file, turn the backdrop back on, and file link. So this is place, and set these to 100%, too big, 75%, still too big, 60%, perfect. There we go. Okay, so now I can just kind of slide whatever one I need in place. Cool. All right, that makes that nice and simple. Did that stop being linked, or is that still linked? Okay, that is linked. Cool. All right, so I will make a copy of this for Arcane. And what we can do, actually before I do the copy of that, what we can do is make a selection and then create a clipping mask, but unlink it. So then what I can do is just move this layer here, right? And because it's masked, all the other parts are hidden. Sweet. All right, now I will copy it into each of these. This is like why I enjoy doing HUD stuff. I don't need an extra one there, because I can do like ridiculously weird technical tricks like this. Apparently I thrive on doing this terribly overkill designs. Alright, so this I can delete. Is this duplicated? Oh, this one's still visible. Suppose I should have moved the other ones, but I'll tweak each individually actually. So that's the Arcane. Now we're doing Forgotten. And I can just tweak the clipping mask, make sure that it's hidden there. Good enough. Hydro. Yeah, I might tweak it beyond this. Might not be quite perfect. Seemed like it was okay for Arcane, but it's not terrible. Cool. All right. This is creepy. Structure staring at you. Hello. Anyone home? Alright. So yeah, we can tweak these individually. But I think that works. This at least gets the message across pretty easily of what kind of differences they have there. So that's okay. Some of them I like more than others. But that's cool. Okay, cool. So that's a start. But now we can just literally detail out the building to look kind of more thematic to each of the power types. Yeah, other variations for sure, for sure. But actually, we are just in time for lunch, so I think I'm gonna just kind of make sure my files are all saved and organized, and we'll go on lunch. And then when we return, we're gonna actually start detailing out all of the actual differences between these and kind of figure out what will work. So we can do stuff like looking at the islands. The original kind of like Paragon Islands would be a good reference point, I think. So I'm actually going to pull that up. But I don't need the full raw file for that. So I can just pull up the PNG, which will be a little smaller. Let's see. So the PNGs. $200. 320. Boom. All right. So we can have this basically as a reference point. I could probably just bring this in. It's not very big. Let's move this to the top. And we can just have this kind of like peeking off the side here. That's kind of neat, they all fit. And this will give us a little bit of a palette, a little bit of kind of material themes to kind of like consider. And I think that'll help kind of like connect them. But again, we're not going to go this level of detail because like I really, went all out on a lot of these. And I'm going to try and wrap this thing up today, where basically each of the different variations of this kind of like reinforced building or whatever will kind of like feel appropriate to these power types, but I can kind of complete it all in the afternoon. So we're going to have from 2 o'clock until, let's say, 5 or 6 maybe, just to be on the safe side, which is 4 hours. So basically we have half an hour for each. And then we could even use the little timer. Let's do that actually. I think that might be the way to go. So when we return from lunch, we're gonna go marathon mode. We're gonna put up a half-hour timer and just crack out each of these power types. It might be the most effective to not do one at a time though, like to completion. So what I think I might even try is 10 minutes of sketching for each. So we'll do like 10 minutes arcane, 10 minutes draconic, 10 minutes forgotten, and just like kind of whip through trying to concept it out, and then 20 minutes to kind of like render each after that. And so if we kind of like are faster on one than another, then we can kind of like use that leftover time for another because I expect that some will actually go faster than others. That's just how it is. But this should be interesting. I've never kind of done a stream with this style of that technique, so it should be fun. Um, it is 1 a.m. for you. Yeah, you should probably go to sleep. I'm going to be just AFK for a full hour, so unless you want to watch from 2 a.m. until 6 a.m., which I recommend not doing, you should probably go to sleep and watch the VOD later. All right. Unfortunately, I'm not using Clip Studio, so I can't do the like um, the time lapse version of this. Technically, I could move this file into Clip Studio. That might be a bit much. No, I probably shouldn't because I'm doing linking stuff. I could do it since this is just linking to others. Anyways, I should be on lunch. I'm gonna switch over. I'll return at 2 o'clock my time. So until then, have a good break and yeah, return in an hour. Bye for now. Hello. It is 2 o'clock, therefore we have returned. Lunch is over. Time to render. Alright, so what we were gonna do is try putting up the timer so I can kind of control just how much time I spend on each of these. So we'll see if that helps me kind of keep in mind what I'm doing. So let's just start with the arcane. Might as well pick one to go with. And so right now what we're going to do is we're going to just start with kind of like the sketches for the first 10 minutes of this. And I might as well just do this, where I kind of like create the kind of cropped version of it so I can just kind of reference it nice and easy and it's not covering over anywhere else. So we got like a lot of the kind of like very just pretty, I don't know, rocks and glowy things, magic. Yes, make it magic. Yo, how's it going, script dev? So yeah, we got kind of like some softer, let's maybe use like, oh, let's use the purple. Kind of creating some more kind of like rounded surfaces on this, and I kind of like the floating idea of all the bits just kind of like hovering around because it's just so enchanted, perhaps. It also has like a lot of gold trim on things, so we could kind of use that. And maybe like this big kind of glowing orb at the top would look cool. So something like that might be nice. But yeah, we could like, and probably should, try like varying the color scheme a bit. So the mice themselves have like the kind of like teal fabrics, which are like nice and light, and then they have kind of like the heavy red cloaks for things as well. So that might be neat. So I'm thinking if we have almost these kind of like more organic bouldery type things. I don't know about the like the boulder thing. Maybe just more kind of like gilded orbs would be sufficiently arcane. Yeah, that's probably the direction to go in. So yeah, I think I want to get the red heavy cloak kind of look onto things somewhere. Again, we're just kind of like messing around right now. The first 10 minutes is going to be just trying to explore the space a bit. I should probably choose the power type that I think I have a little bit more of a concept of. This one I kind of, yeah, I don't know. Not quite sure where I want to go with it. So it might not be the best one to start with, but I don't know, this is looking kind of magical, I guess. I don't know. Not really feeling it yet, but let's see. Maybe the walls would be like that red fabric. The red and gold look much more kind of arcane. So that might be okay. I don't know about that. I think if anything, it would probably have like really intricate kind of detailing and such. The ellipse is a little bit off on that. I feel like we should be kind of looking up at that instead. I'm using the Huon 19-inch, I believe. It's the Gen 2 version. It's quite good, actually. It's like a quarter of the price of the Cintiq version that's the same size. And I would say that the color profile is like just a smidge lower, but like not a big deal, barely noticeable, and you should always have like a second monitor to reference anyways, so shouldn't be a problem if you have a setup kind of similar to mine. But it's significantly cheaper. I managed to get it when it was on like really good sale too. Like they seem to have like pretty good coupons if you can find them too, where you can save like I don't know, like $70 on it. But yeah, the base price already is pretty good comparatively. So yeah, the red is pretty dominant. I agree. Probably knock that back. Maybe just on the walls. Or maybe kind of like, this might be getting a little more what I want to do with the shadow. Like with the tendrils kind of rising up for the shadow, I think I'll do something like that. But not quite that. Yeah, I think the colors are like way too saturated. Overall, I might have to knock the base building down and then just kind of like really tone down everything else. I like the glowing orb. You got that. That's kind of it right now. I might just like put this kind of like Empyrean green on things, though. I feel like that would be pretty to put various places, especially up here in the kind of sky palace. Could imagine they like to adorn things with this very potent gemstone. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to actually close it. I meant to reset it. All right, so first 10 minutes already done. So that's the arcane. It's something to look through and try out, but we'll move on. So we're going to do Forgotten now. So this one's very kind of like mossy and well, actually, okay, hang on. Let's pause. Forgotten, I feel like won't be too hard. I think I have an idea for that. Draconic, also not so bad. Golds and magmatic kind of look. Hydro, law might be, physical might be a challenge. Shadow, okay, you know what, I think I have an idea. I think arcane was probably just the most kind of like, I don't know what I want to do for that. Okay, so I feel good about Forgotten. I think this one, we can just kind of like desaturate it quite a bit and then like add moss. And I honestly think that's really most of what it'll need. So kind of turn it into this mossy, cobbly kind of look. So tone this all back. Actually, I could probably do this. Then change this to color and knock that to like 38%. So that's desaturated a bit. I'll need to make sure that when it exports, it's going to work correctly. That's the one thing. It'll have to be clipped to the building itself. Otherwise, I might get issues. Yeah, and then, so I think for this, we'll kind of make it more kind of like old stones piled together. Right, like it's the same structure in terms of shape, but it's built out of like just older, more hand-hewn materials kind of thing. So this kind of be able to see kind of like the different hunks of cobble. And I'll probably have a bit more kind of like a blue catching on the edges from kind of just the atmosphere down there, the ambient light. But yeah, I think this will be kind of nice. Just making it out of this old stonework, and then we'll like kind of add the moss to that. And I think kind of like creating these nice carved pillars will look good. And I need to keep in mind, you know, the player is only going to be seeing it at like a pretty small size, so I need to make sure that it reads, and that, you know, all that kind of effort putting in pretty detail won't just be wasted and actually take away from the readability of it, right? So like, if I put too much detail, it can actually make it more difficult to see what's going on. So we don't want that. Top of this, I imagine, will be very kind of just blocky, and I kind of like the arch thing going on. Sorry, I had like a reverse hiccup. So maybe there's just kind of like this weird plinth structure thing. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what the building is supposed to be, so I imagined it was some kind of vault of sorts at one point. Concept is that it still is, of course, but no one remembers that anymore. So this is okay. I think we'll want to like do something interesting up here that like does make it feel a little bit more awesome. So thinking that this kind of like glow from almost the inside of this. It's almost like it's open from the top and it's these surfaces are catching that light. What layer am I on? How did that happen? Photoshop. Okay, and we'll probably want to get like cool shadows because of it being kind of in the atmosphere that it is. Although that's way too bright. Yeah, I don't hate this. It's kind of neat. So then I'm gonna get some more kind of like mossy green going on. We can use our triangle brush to just kind of blast this randomly and clean that up a bit. I think this timer is a great idea. I should do this more. Actually ripping through this. Like not getting caught up, as like I'm stopping myself from doing details that I normally would at a point that it wouldn't really benefit. So this is a good idea. I should do this more. Alright, so then I'll just kind of like get some of the moss. Not quite that color. I want, let's see, less light in it, but it's still brighter. Yeah, something like that. Just to kind of like help show the surface, the dimensional surface, but good enough for the sketch. I think this gives me a pretty good idea of where I want to take it. Yeah. Okay, I like that. And then we could put like a little bit of gold in a couple of places to just kind of touch it up. I think these windows as well, we could like do stuff with these. Kind of put like interesting patterns in them, so like I don't know, it's kind of like a leaf Yeah, that's neat. The door, I think I would tweak a bit too. It's almost too much. Or, like, if I look at the contrast levels, I think I want to bring this level of kind of value into different spots. So, running at a time, like, kind of darkening a few other areas to, like, make it. Just balance it a bit by doing that. This brush is very sensitive. I need to tweak my settings on the tablet a bit, I think. Okay. Well, I'm pretty content with that. Like, that feels like I know what it should be in the end, so I'm good with that. Again, I closed it. Just need to reset it. Right. So, next one, I believe, is Hydro. All right, so this one, let's see, what shall we do for this? Just kind of like turning the whole thing blue is one way to do it. So let's do a color layer. Again, so saturated, I want to knock some saturation out of stuff. I might change the window color themselves too. That might look nice. I should probably do that for all of them, to be honest. We'll do more of a kind of like ice for the windows. That could look neat. We could do things like having clouds and stuff, kind of overlapping in areas if we want. We could do stuff like that. Okay, so, and I think we have enough room with the overlay to like do stuff like waterfall or something, kind of like we don't need to be completely bound to this shape. Like I could even have it kind of come all the way down here, and then for mobile we'll actually have this overlap the HUD there, which could be neat. I think for this one, what if it was more like kind of like some kind of like oh, I know. Like I kind of want the whole thing to be just a big aquarium almost. Eternal rain above the roof is a good idea too, actually. Not a bad idea. But yeah, like what if this was maybe these windows are bigger and kind of like the idea being that like it's just almost this whole thing is just a giant water dome. Yeah. Maybe? I don't know, like it's not like they're aquatic mice is the thing. They're like cloud benders and you know they work with the rain and stuff, so it's not that I would want it to be. Maybe it's just like just condensed cloud in here though. That's kind of fun. This is where they keep their favorite clouds. Cloud storage. Hey, there we go. Nice. kind of feel it. Not totally, but like, yeah, it might work. It's kind of fun with it, just like holding in a giant cloud or something. I might knock some of this coloring back a bit. It's just a little too blue everywhere now. So it'd be nice to kind of bring a little more range to that. And then the actual cloud, I think, will kind of transition it into more white. Maybe my cloud brush. Yeah. Maybe cloud 1. Try cloud 3. I don't use this one much. That looks pretty good. Well, we'll see what we get with the shadow. I think this might work. Floating bubbles is a neat idea too, yeah. Let's see. Bubbles might be hard to show. I think could be a challenge. But like, it could also be the, the raining constantly thing is maybe a good idea too. Oh boy, it's getting laggy. It's raining everywhere. It's like, that's kind of cool. It's raining from space. Yeah, I think the like cascading water is neat. Just making like the building look slick and shiny. Maybe the dome up here has kind of like light coming through. That looks kind of cool. I like that. Not bad, not bad. All right. I think that's pretty good for the initial design. Yeah, I think the rain was definitely what makes it work. Maybe there's just, I don't know, get rid of these bubbles. Yeah, that like darker purple with the shine definitely makes it feel like it's being rained on a lot. Okay, and time. All right, so Hydro I'm pretty happy with actually. Shadow, this one should be interesting. Let's see. So definitely darker. And I want that like internal bright purple starry night kind of look to it, right? So I'm gonna start by kind of giving it these kind of tendril things, because I think that just works well for it. Okay, and let's go darker general. But I'm going to capture these windows real quick. Let's do this. Why does it feel like it's going clawy? Probably because that's just how I've been doing it for this expansion. So you're not wrong. Not inaccurate with that. Yeah, I kind of want it to be almost more of a tattered fabric at the end of this. So I think any of the surfaces that are kind of facing upwards, I'll kind of hit it with enough light that it's like, okay, no, that's more of a gray. Yeah, I'm trying to get like almost like a creepy, eerie vibe to the color scheme, right? So this kind of like because it's magical, having these kind of frayed holes in it. Some stars visible through the rips and tears. And then I want there to be the far side as well. Like maybe this is pitch black. The only way you can kind of see it is because it's blotting out the stars back there. Maybe there's just a hint of a silhouette. I see where it is. Just do this. Okay, now I know where it is. Okay, so that's hard to read. I mean, that's what I was hoping it might feel like. That seems appropriate for it. That like dark ritual kind of creepy vibe is totally appropriate, I think. Kind of like these deep inset windows casting their light out into the void. Nice. So I think I'll just kind of knock this back a bit too. Warp Space Wednesday! Not again. Because like each of them can have their own version of the door as well. I don't need to kind of like have it be the same dynamic looking thing. So I kind of like, you know, even if there is this kind of gilded metal, if it like looks muted and in the dark, it's kind of cool. But the gem still glows. So that's neat. Oh, did I run out of time and not notice? Weird. Okay, well, say that's 10. I'm pretty happy with that. Definitely some tweaking I would do. I definitely want to get like this fiery purple and the actual star motes and stuff through it. But yeah, more of that tendrily kind of crackling, peeling surface, like the idea that it's like almost this skin that's kind of peeling off would be really cool looking, and very dark. Okay, so Draconic. This one I think will be pretty neat too. Up here. So kind of like turning it into more of a kind of warmer palette. I really should have just copied the building into each of them, because then I can do this. Color, nope, just regular brush, color layer. Gonna do that. And then the windows themselves, I will make this kind of like fiery. Yeah, there we go. Took a moment to grab the right color. Kind of like that. I would probably knock the value down on this as well. So let's do luminosity. Let's just kind of knock it all down a bit more. just kind of make that glow even better. So that's fine. And then the actual door to this, I think we'll like make it gilded. Including like the frame, because they're very ornate. So like I think that all the detail work on this structure would be like pure gold. Maybe something sort of in this direction would be good. And then like, this could be like, and even have kind of like these like horns coming off of it or something cool. I don't know about that, but or like wings or scales actually might be cool. Yeah, maybe I'll do. Well, the horns is kind of neat. Because I mean the islands do have those, so. Maybe these are growing out of. So they're like slightly inset, and it's like almost like bone and gold merging. So if we get some kind of like gray in this, that might look neat. Okay, and then I think I want to try and get that feeling of scales. Neat. If I can manage it. Okay, so I'll start at the bottom. Like maybe it would just be the central one would be kind of more where the horn would be. Maybe it's just like one big one here, and then these side ones are just like little nubs instead. They look good. It's kind of chaotic. Horn here is kind of neat. Yeah, I still want it to be very like resplendent, so I'm gonna gild it with more gold. Yeah, it's totally Fire Nation from Airbender. You're right. It's somewhat there. Not totally sold on that one, but we'll figure it out. All right, so law. This one. Probably go for the like wooden with sand dunes, maybe. Eh? No, not here. Different. That's other law power type areas. This would be more. Hello? Why is that? Okay. Oh, I see. Duplicate correctly. Okay. All right. So this would be more of the steampunk. Let's see. Hello, KDM. Yeah, I think lava dripping into that one could be good too. All right, I'm going to do a quick, just maybe not that saturated. Let's see. So for the law mice, they're, let's see, they're like stealing. they kind of use the tech too, right? So I think we could have more of this steampunk kind of coming into it a bit. I think I'll keep some of the sand stuff to it though. But yeah, I think Heisty would fit. Yeah, like maybe it's actually just piles of gold around. They like stole all the gold. Just gold spilling out the windows. It's too much to contain. Maybe. Could be fun. Yeah, searchlights, laser sensors. That's a good idea, actually. I like that. Super, super like secure, and at the same time super not. Okay, so like, what if these were? I think the color might be. Just a searchlight idea. Kind of wanted to see what this would look like. Probably won't be able to use that layer effect actually, so I probably need to use normal. Probably tilt these down a bit more so they can like hit surfaces a bit better. Giant arms ready to slap anyone who gets too close. That's fun. Okay, I'm gonna tilt these down. I love it. That's actually really fun. hopefully this design works for you. Maybe there's like extra bars on the door or something like that. Yeah, the actual power type is supposed to be in front. Dirt. Here we go. I don't want to cover it up like that actually, but like maybe there's like this kind of reinforced feeling steampunk looking clamp on it or something like that, right? They just look like they've beefed up their security using their ill-gotten goods. Because it is actually, yeah, law power type, but it's the thieves' stronghold. Maybe some, I forgot the timer's messed up again. What's going on? Oh, there we go. All right, well, I'm gonna assume that that was that. I don't know what's up with the timer. Hopefully it doesn't mess up anymore. We are at 3 o'clock, so that should be 6 of them. Probably only 5 though, because, you know, lost time and such. But yeah, all right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, actually we're doing good. So physical, let's get this one. I'm not as sure about what I want to do. I could potentially skip this one for now, just in case I have some idea that comes to me later. So let's do that. Let's go tactical, which is going to be the most steampunky of all. Okay, cool. Boop. Ooh, okay, no, that's a great idea. Physical having a Colosseum vibe? Duh. That's perfect. Like, our only treasure is fighting. Come here and fight. We don't try and guard anything. Wander on in and get beat up. It's great. You're welcome to join. That seems like there's that. Okay, yeah, so I like that. Colosseum, brilliant. How did I not even consider that? Okay, so this one we're gonna go immediately, everything is metal. Alright, and we'll ease up on this a little bit in some places. Okay, so let's just get steampunky. I don't have nearly enough stuff kind of breaking the silhouette, I think. So I should probably do more of that on the other ones. So this could be like where a bunch of the inventions are being kind of like created. So I imagine this is some kind of like crazy workshop type place. So there's just going to be a lot of moving bits. Greeble everywhere. Okay, so that's probably fine for that. For up here, okay, and this whole kind of dome is probably exposed. At least more like, maybe like cool looking pocket watch, like steampunk style, where like parts of it are visible, like open. So you can see all the kind of like spinny movie bits, gears, and all the little bits. Maybe this? Nah. I'll just paint into it. Well, it might actually be easier if I do this. Duplicate and grab this and no, grab this and erase that. Yes, this and that. Did not do what I wanted. Right. Didn't uninvert it. There we go. That's what I want. Deselect. Fill. Fill. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. 2 minutes. Okay. So now. I'll have plenty to add to this one, I think. Basically just have a steampunk fun time with it. Not too hard, just a little time consuming. Pipes and cogs everywhere you can fit it. So easy enough. Maybe we'll have kind of like an inner glow for a bunch of it. That could look neat. I'll figure that out. Not really there yet, but this at least gets the idea across. You could see myself spending way too much time on this one. Alright, timer expired. So we'll save this file. And it's thinking, oh yeah, it's going to load this into all the other files now. Alright, so reset that, and let's go back up to physical. Alright, so that should be in there. There we go. Coliseum. I like that. So I'm thinking like grassy ground and then stone pillars and just kind of like the red banners and just kind of open top. Let's see, I'm gonna grab a reference image. Okay. Okay. All right. So, kind of. Get a little bit green, I think, just to kind of like have that note in here somewhere. Okay, so let's get these windows being quite a bit different. Maybe we'll only be able to do too high. Should still have that look to it though.
should be able to just do this. Probably have done this window layer as a Windows as a separate layer, but well, this is just a sketch still. Yeah, I feel like that works pretty well, actually. Probably take like chunks out of it, actually. Okay, and then I think I want to get more color in this, of course. So I want to get some like warms and kind of like bringing in this slate gray, kind of really punches up that warmth a bit. I also use this to kind of like show the like shape of the structure a bit better. Hello, computer. There we go. like being able to see through these windows and having the stars poke out. Wrote away some of these pillars a bit more. Okay, and then I think I want a little bit of like that kind of leathery red brown kind of color somewhere on here. Maybe they have like banners. 20 seconds. Yeah, something like that might. All right. Cool. I think that's pretty good. All right, so where are we at? Let's take a look. We've got tactical. What happened to all the other background stuff? There you go. Got tactical, physical, law. It's funny. Draconic, hydro. Got to put the building in these now. Shadow. Forgotten. Gonna gray out that door a bit more, I think. And arcane. Cool. I believe that's all of them. So far, so good. All right, so arcane, forgotten. I feel like that one's strong. I could finish that one pretty effectively. Hydro's pretty cool. I think I could push that one. I think I know where that could go, maybe. Shadow, I also think I could figure that one out pretty effectively. Draconic, it's getting there. I think knocking some stuff back and bringing other stuff forward would be helpful with that. Law is funny. I could put like a big watchtower up here or something like that. Physical is cool. I can kind of push this one pretty effectively. Tactical is just going to, be more rendering on it. It's pretty good. I think the main one that I'm kind of like about is arcane. So I actually think I'll come back to this last once I've kind of gotten more comfortable with the other ones. Let's just work on forgotten. So I'm going to give myself 20 minutes to kind of like do more render now to try and actually kind of get this to more of a finished state. We're at 3:21 right now, so we'll potentially have to adjust our time accordingly, but I think we're so far in a pretty decent spot. I think that this technique of kind of setting a time limit is actually extremely effective, so let's just go for it. So yeah, one of the things I was doing was kind of pushing the luminosity. So I think what I'll do actually is I'm pretty content with everything here. So no, I don't need to merge it. I'm like, maybe I'll just flatten it all for no specific reason. I just like to do that every once in a while. I'm gonna set a luminosity layer and just kind of push and pull my values to try and create a nice kind of just ebb and flow of detail to kind of like just make it feel more balanced. Even though I think this is actually probably the strongest one so far. I think if I can kind of like get this to the level that it can go, it'll kind of like just set the other ones up for kind of like, okay, well, here's a goal of kind of how I want them to feel and look quality-wise, but also probably give me a good idea of how I can kind of achieve that. So yeah, I'm just doing the grayscale. Probably get nice dark shadows up under the door. Very little light, able to kind of like reach into those crevices. Again, I need to kind of keep in mind how small this actually will be. Rude Photoshop. Rude. Gotta turn on that hotkey eater. I think I put that file on my desktop actually. So I could find it easier. Jacob hotkeys. Alright, cool. Hotkey eaten. Nice. I don't need to worry about falling into the wrong layer because I accidentally hit buttons too fast. Okay, so I think I want to try to simplify some shapes a bit more, just to make some things read a bit better. So I think I'll combine this slab here. Can still have like nice little cracks on it, but I'm going to lower the contrast on them a bit. What's that? What's going on? Weird. Not sure why I couldn't get the value I was selecting directly. Let's take a look in color. Yeah, so those greens are going to need to be tweaked. But that's okay. Yeah, I'm feeling the like dimension of these feel a little more apparent even when they're that small. So that's good. I want to push that even further, to be honest. So just really kind of bubbling these out, I think, is very good for it. And then just softening those shadows. Boom. Yeah, that looks nice. And honestly, like, the punchiness of these darks will probably just help with the read. And then I think I'll just soften those so that it's not as intense. Nice. Yeah, I think that's working. Okay. Just lighten up the tops of these just to make sure that door frame really comes out. Just kind of knock everything back a little bit. I just want to make sure that that has the attention. So I feel like the door should be pretty apparent. And then I think that I need to keep in mind the kind of direction of this like roof for these shapes here. So just kind of trying to shade them with that in mind. And I like the idea of this just being like totally open at the top here. So I think I could kind of show that a little bit better. Kind of like having light peeking out between them. Cool. All right. I think just dealing with the left side with the luminosity, and then I should probably switch to color, because I am kind of getting some weird things happening with the colors, and I probably need to deal with that sooner than later. We probably don't want to get that light out at the outside. It's okay like where it's facing down like this, because I'm kind of like capturing that light from the horizon. Nice kind of light blue. Yeah, I think we're going to just stick to color now. So let's get a little bit get some of this warm on the inside of the rock here. Yeah. So it's got like cast shadow from the windowsill right here. So get some nice color on these stones here, but then they'll kind of like fall off quite quickly. And then I think in front of this we'll have kind of more of a silhouetted stone. I think I don't need to worry too much about the metal grating right here. Well, could probably make that work. Yeah. So we should still get some of the ambient light on top of these, but I just feel like with it being in front of that window, it's kind of overpowering it. Kind of like the green in the shadows too. It gives more of that kind of like deep moss. Take a quick look at the grayscale. It's looking good. This window might need to kind of knock this all back a bit more. It's kind of like a warm hearth. A little too pink, I think. I would imagine it's not a prequel because I'm not actually sure if I know what Vermintide is. Okay, I'm going to merge all these. So I want to be able to just mess with the silhouette much easier. I'm happy enough with it that I think I'm just going to push and pull it at will. Not worry too much about the original building. It's nice to be able to kind of like not make it look too much like that building for each of these. I think that'll be nice. Is it? I don't know. The name kind of sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've ever seen it. I'll have to look it up. I'm curious now. Oh yeah, Skaven from Warhammer, absolutely. Oh, that's, yes, this is where it's like the tactical in the city, but it's like destroyed, and I think I like signed up for the like alpha years ago. I might be completely thinking of something different, but that might be why I was familiar. Yeah, I know the Skaven from Warhammer. I was playing a bunch of Blood Bowl. That's kind of where I learned about that game that I'm thinking of, if it's the same thing. Alright, I think after this I'm going to take a quick little break. Just a few minutes. But I'm pretty happy with how this one's turning out. I hope the other ones are going to be as nice. What I should do is take a quick look at this flipped, because I'm probably going to hate it. I'm going to save this first. What? I think I might get some of the like blue fungus kind of stuff in the original. And there's like some runes kind of carved into it that I forgot. That might be nice. But so far I think that this is pretty decent. Should probably have wiped out the other layers from this file. It's pretty big. Pretty big. Forgot about all those. I think I might get a little bit more of a green tinge to the lighting too. Maybe a little more green blue. It's very like warm, which is nice. But yeah, I almost wonder if I want to kind of change that tone a bit. I think I'll also play with the platform a bit more. Yeah, okay, so seeing this rotated, it really actually does kind of reveal things quite quickly. This pillar I really want to kind of bring forward more, and this window is like way too turned away. I feel like it should be coming towards us more. So that's pretty good to see, actually. Yeah. I'm just gonna do this. Just make these like a big, a medium, and a small, and too small. And then this window. Just kind of bring this more forward. I feel like I'm gonna have to make this tweak on all of them. All right, timer, I know. Thanks. Okay. Might want to change the lighting color on that. I think hitting these stones with it will kind of like help show or suggest just kind of like what angle that window is at a bit better. Okay. It does feel like it kind of comes forward a bit better now. But still, I'm not totally sold on that angle, but I can always kind of touch this up a bit more. Again, I think this is actually going to be the strongest one out of this set right now, and so I can't waste too much more time on it, especially since I've already gone overtime and I need to take a quick break. So if I want to try and vaguely meet this schedule, I better listen to the clock. That is the reason I am using it right now. I like it though. It's not bad. Okay, so I'm gonna give that a save, and I'll be back in like 3 minutes. There. BRB. And we're back. All right. I think I'm gonna reduce this file size real quick. It's a bit of a hog. So what I actually want to do is move this file to the new file location. There we go.
So I'll have to relink the other files to this one, just no biggie. But that means that I can get rid of like all of this. There's a lot. I'll hang on to that and that just in case I want to see those. That should help a lot. This can go too. Alright. I might make it a bit smoother. So let's see. Flip it back. Oh, so much faster. Yeah, there's a lot of layers. The thing is, Photoshop, it kind of renders all the invisible ones and stuff. Whereas even if it's a massive file in Clip Studio, when you like flip the image, it just like flips the live image feed and doesn't have to like reprocess everything. I don't know, it just seems fast. All right, so pretty happy with that. I'm gonna want to keep working on it. I like it, and I want to keep pushing it. So that's good, but I need to move on. So maybe shadow next. There we go. That's the layer. Just kind of making sure it's all visible as it needs to be. Yeah, I think shadow. All right, so let's give ourselves another 20 minutes. Probably should have factored in, you know, delays and all that, and the timing, but eh. All right, so I think accidentally stopped it. Okay, so I think I want to get these purples in here. I like that purple. So maybe these windows, and I want to get those stars kind of emanating, and maybe like that mist, the like glowing mist could kind of cascade off the sides of this. That could look nice. So let's see if I can do this. Also, you know what? I think to start, I'm actually going to do this flipped. Since I did the sketch the other way, this will help kind of give me perspective. And again, yeah, it's kind of the case where it's like, no, I think this window really needs to be kind of like more forward facing. I think these need to be like really kind of like pointed. It's almost like dark curtains kind of feeling to it, which is kind of cool. That looks kind of neat. It's like the whole thing's made of this weird fabric. Dark weave. And then can have this kind of like it almost dripping off the side.
I need to keep in mind the tether point for the dirigible on mobile. So yeah, I'm just going to merge all of this, I think. Maybe not all of it. I think I might need to tweak the door really quick. Still want that to kind of like read. Well, I did actually like it darkened. It's probably okay. I'm gonna change some kind of surfaces to feel like they're moving in different directions. I think right now it feels way too cut out from things, and some of these directions are kind of just really nebulous and don't make a lot of sense. Which isn't bad for the shadow, but yeah, I just think it could be a little stronger. But I did this so I could do a little more kind of like smoothing of some surfaces. So I think that'll kind of like make some of this feel a little bit more in shadow. If I kind of like remove some of those hard edges. So this like jewel above the door, I think I want to keep that, but I want it to kind of like be tilting forward. Probably play around with that a bit. Alright, I'll leave that. I think I want to make sure this fabric is a little more where I want it to be. As I mentioned, wanting to kind of change the direction of things. So make this one rolling forward. I think one of the things that kind of helps with the read is there's some, like edges on these. The sharpness is nice, but then yeah, like they kind of turn into a mist on the inside. I think that like where it's in shadow would be nice. So I can't get it on the inside of the fabric here, so I should probably try and do it on the inside of the this fabric. Actually, I think I'll do this as a layer above it. That way it'll be easier to kind of like put the stars and stuff into it. Kind of like tweak a nice gradient. So this kind of blue will be the far side that we're seeing. So if I do this, I kind of get like a nice kind of just internal glow to it, which is good. And I can even kind of dim the top a bit. And then I want to put like the whole like stars thing going on. So actually I think I'll use a nice kind of strong blue if I do this as a color dodge layer. Let's see. Maybe a little bit of purple into it. Not quite getting to the values I want. There we go. Cool. All right. So I think another thing that would be good is kind of just knocking back the surface a bit in areas. So like down here, I want more of the atmosphere to kind of like overtake it. It feels like way too punchy. I want to sit it inside the environment a bit more by knocking that back. So, smudge that around a bit. And then knock it back a bit and erase away a bit. Kind of like give it almost like a bit of a hazy fog. Not bad. Like it's kind of working. Suppose that it would be nice to catch a bit of that light actually. Just to pull it into the atmosphere a little bit. But yeah, I wanted to like make it almost this kind of scaly, shingling, kind of crumbling surface. Might have a nice effect actually, so I think I can try to create that in like 2 minutes. Alright, so easiest way to do that is over top. I will take these darkest areas. Just kind of have them like cast shadows onto themselves, and then just kind of catch a little edge of light. In a couple of spots. Again, this brush is very sensitive for some reason. I think I need to tweak my calibration apparently. Bit of it over here. Yeah, I think that looks kind of cool. Can kind of help create some nice value kind of direction for it. All right, that's our timer. So we'll move on. But again, this is another one where it's kind of like, yeah, I think see where it can go, and now I just want to keep pushing it a bit further. So that's good. Okay, thank you. All right, let's give this a flip back. Okay, it's kind of like leaning one direction a little too much. So I'm just really gonna quickly, just kind of as an afterthought, pull that out just a smidge. Just try and balance that just a little bit. It feels a little bit too. Yeah, it's got like a nice kind of eerie, dark quality to it, and I think I'll just get a little bit more of this kind of floating tendril. Really use that space that's available to us. I think maybe I'm kind of avoiding going in this area because of the reference, so I should probably hide that for a hot second. Okay. Yep, that looks pretty neat. I think where these kind of like layers of kind of fabric are coming out, I actually want to get just a little hint of glow underneath them. Maybe that's overdoing it, but I think that looks kind of neat. Let's see if that actually reads. Alright, I gotta respect the timer a bit better. Keep doing this. But at least it's kind of like, you know, ooh, I think this is nicer, and I keep pushing it. I guess that's kind of generally why I always go over time with things, but it's a nice thing. Alright, so saving again. And actually we can see this in space once it's done saving. So right now, if I drag this over, you can see the, oh, actually I need to relink the file, that's why. So relink to file. Nice. That looks pretty cool. I'm happy with that. And that does fit. That really fills the space. It feels like an imposing kind of like just structure is kind of like ready to, you know, ready to ward you off. Good luck. So that's good. That works nicely, actually. I'm going to go to the mobile one real quick, just to, oh, I think I closed that file. I should open that file again. It's kind of useful.
Um, Interview this one. Delete that old file. It's throwing me off seeing it, and I need to be better at cleaning up my files as I go. Okay, so that one's old. That's the more. No, that one's also old. Wait, is it? I think I need to save it. Let's give that a save. It's kind of got almost like a melted side going on. I didn't really kind of like build that base structure very well. The like dimensionality of it is pretty wonky. So oops. Okay. Yes, that is the file. This is an old one. Delete that just to save my brain. Okay, this is the file I wanted to open. And this is the backdrop. And this is the island here. And I need to relink this because that link is broken to not that one. To this. Perfect. So yeah, this has the backdrop in the image, which is why it's kind of like overlapping here. But if I go into base file here, and I hide the backdrop, boom, and then I save it, this should work. Now it does appear to be overlapping here. Oh yeah, it was at the bottom of the frame. Bottom of that like base structure. Okay, that's actually kind of neat. I think I'll darken it again. I kind of like that. It's creepy. I might have some moss growing off of the forgotten one for that too. And then this is updated already, and you can't really tell it's any different because it should just be overlapping the exact same thing. Awesome. I'll also save this. Yeah, I need to put like something that it tethers to here, I think. That might just be a nice visual kind of thing for mobile, make it feel a little more like it's actually connected to it, because the other one is kind of like grabbing part of the island. So yeah, sweet. All right. Again, I think I want to like push and pull things. Like it is kind of this weird wonky shape. Not the most thrilled by the overall shape of it, but we gotta keep on going. All right, so let's see. Probably turn the backdrop on again. Hydro is pretty good. I think we could knock that one out pretty effectively as well. Draconic might be fun too. Kind of turning it more to bone and like horn and magma. Law is fun too. All right, well they're all fun, so that's good. That's a good thing. Let's do Draconic. Great. I'm gonna knock that back. Maybe make it a little more yellow. I should make sure that the power type is kind of like strong read on the other ones.
Although I think that it's not the most important, because the whole thing should speak for itself, actually. So I guess I don't need to worry too much about that. All right. Just kind of knock out some distracting details. I'll just flatten that. If we need to like tweak the power types even after I flatten all the layers, I do still have those as a separate file that I can just kind of easily overlay at 60%, I believe was the scaling of it for whatever reason. I'm just going to smudge that around a little bit, and I should probably be happy with that. You know me. Never really get it exactly how I want it, so I just keep fiddling forever. Which is bad, because there's better places for me to fiddle in the design. So I should do that. Alright. Darken it up here a bit. Okay, so I should probably look at the grayscale. It's very all over the place, right? I think I need to knock that window back. So let's flatten this. And let's make a new layer. Let's make it a luminosity. Let's push this all back a bit. I'm just gonna lift that up a bit. Knock that back a bit. I'm just kind of pulling this down a little bit in terms of crazy contrast in some areas. This is going to make the colors go wild because it's so saturated. If it was more desaturated, you really don't run into a lot of craziness. But when you're just messing with the luminosity and it's a saturated image, you're going to get some pretty interesting results. So let's take a look. That's not too bad. But I do want to kind of like make these kind of spires go a little more, maybe like ashen bone kind of color grade. Change the silhouette of that a bit. Make these kind of turned to the side more. So I know I was just talking about like knocking out saturation, but just wanted to get those spires kind of tilted out a bit. Again, this window is gonna bug me every single time. Easy fix. All right. So let's tweak the color grading a bit. Let's see about just kind of going in with some gray. Color brush, color layer would be a useful one. Yeah, no, I like the idea of kind of having the scales with kind of like that inner glow in the cracks. That's a good idea. So kind of keeping it all quite dark at the top would be good for that. Let's see. Actually, quite like how just a very rough and quick just gray pass kind of works for that. Yeah, I like that. It's a little more subtle. Might take the building in. Actually, I need to push this window out, I think. Maybe. We'll see. All right, let's get that kind of like scaled roof. I even want the scales kind of like breaking the silhouette a bit, kind of like almost peeling up. Okay, so it's really hard to see the scales right now, but that's why having the kind of like inner glow would really make that work. So a good suggestion on that. Okay, so let's do this on another layer real quick. So gotta try and make it work with the rest of it. Again, I didn't kind of like plan out the dimensions of this, which, you know, is generally a good idea. Make sure things feel related. But I'm gonna kind of like really put it everywhere it could be and then knock it back a lot, I think. Because I don't want to go too crazy with this molten kind of look. These dragon mice aren't kind of as into the like, you know, burning fire as much as the kind of queso characters are. That looks pretty fun. Cool. All right. So if I lock that, and now I can go to like a warmer. Oop, that's not at all the color I'm looking for. I just knock a lot of this back. And if I want, I could come in here and kind of like really just kind of punch up some of it. I wanted to kind of like have that contrast kick up in some areas. Right. So that's neat. And then I could also do just a little kind of like blue-gray on top of the shingle, just to kind of like, I don't know, make it a little more matte. That's what I wanted. I'm gonna knock this back. Actually, I should do this. Okay, it is below that layer, so that's fine. Okay, now if I kind of pull that back a bit, way there. Here as well. Oh, I'm already down to 45 seconds. Whoops. And then just take the opacity of that down a little bit. And I think I'm going to do just a little rim light on that too. Okay, I'm definitely going to have to come back to this one. It's not done. All right. I hear you, timer. All right. Yeah, and I wanted to get a little more kind of like ornate gold trim and stuff on things. It's not bad. Give that to save. See how this looks. I suppose I could close a bunch of these files. So this one I don't need right now. This one I don't need right now. No, I don't need to save that. I closed something. Hope I didn't need to save that. I think it's fine. It's got to be fine, right? We're all good. The only thing I've been tweaking is this, and this is still open here. That looks cool. Photoshop, you're broken. Why are you broken, Photoshop? Right. Yes, sure, I'll save that. Oh my goodness. I'm not doing this. My hands. I'm sorry. Please stop, Photoshop. Please. I beg of you. Why are you like this? Okay. I think that the thing I closed was the browser version, which I didn't really change anything on that. Oh my god. No, it's right here. Maybe it's the mobile version?
Must have been. I hope I didn't need to save that. I don't think I did. No, we're good. Okay. Cool. That looks neat. Again, this overlap is just due to how I'm temporarily saving the this version. All I need to do is hide that and save, and all the other versions should look correct. Just give it a second to figure it out. Boom. Nice. I might get a little more cloud up in front of here, just for the sake of the browser version, or the mobile version. And that wouldn't look bad here either. Just a little more cloud kind of buffering that. Which is good. I can do that on this layer. Yes. Here's the palace backdrop. And that would be this layer. This layer. Perfect. I'll actually do it on a layer above just to make sure I do it well before I commit it. Let's get some nice gold in that. I do want the clouds to feel soft and billowy, just to, you know, make sure it doesn't feel like it's rift cloud, you know. Maybe I'll get a little bit of blue. Okay, so then when we output that, that should look a little bit different for mobile, which is nice. Since mobile doesn't have this underside here, miss out on that dimension, so having that kind of like just break that line a little bit might be a nice thing. Awesome. Alright, so let's reset our timer and not hit spacebar when I'm at that. Now we're going. Okay, so what one shall we do next? Save this. Alright, back here, turn on that layer. Probably Hydro. Oh, that's not a very high layer count. One of the files has over 2,000. It is crazy. Yeah, let's do Hydro. That said, not that many layers actually exist. It's often because I'll like take groups of things and do a copy and like duplicate it to try out and experiment with things, and then maybe delete the one that I don't want. So there could be like, you know, 30 layers there, but yeah, one of them's in the 2000s. It's a bit much. Also, sometimes it's like I need to like stretch something, and the most effective way to do that is to like copy the layer multiple times and just kind of drag it out that way, because you can't just like stretch something sometimes if you want the texture to like not become weirdly stretched words. All right, so this line is what I need to pay attention. I've been kind of thinking of the this slice as my bounding for the actual kind of like mobile, but it's actually the bottom of this frame. So I need to take a look and see what this looks like on mobile actually. Because it might not be terrible, but this does need to stop before here. This layer. Or else it's gonna be very aggressively very cropped. Okay, so if I save this, I'm going to go over to the mobile view and see what that looks like. I think it's not going to work as well because that should be kind of traveling around a like, you know, cylindrical pillar perhaps is probably what that should be. But if yeah, if it's on the sides and it's overlapping like that, now it kind of like feels like it is flat up against this HUD, and I think that's kind of awkward. Like if it was directly in front and it was overflowing, that's okay. But I think just to be the easiest, I'm just not going to have that overflow that much. I think the rain coming down is cool. I think that'll work. But just to simplify it, I'm just going to make sure that this doesn't overflow over there. It's actually kind of neat. Just like painting opaque raindrops and then erasing through kind of lit areas to make the raindrops. That has kind of a nice effect actually. Let's actually see how this looks, because I don't know, I'm thinking that's pretty decent. It's going to be a bit to undo this if I don't like it though, so. Should probably make sure that this is okay. This one has to come up too. Bing, ding, bing. Okay, so hide the backdrop. Save again, and tab on over here. So I might have to vignette the rain a little bit, but that looks better with it not kind of overlapping. I think I'll need to just cut off the raindrops, to be honest. I think I prefer it all being behind the frame. That looks pretty good. I might knock the clouds back and maybe add a little bit of the purple and gold into it, to be honest, just to kind of make it feel like a little more in this location. Although I kind of like the cold, different feeling cloud, because like they're producing these clouds in this location or something. I don't know. I do like the raindrop though. That does have a nice effect.
but I am going to make it just a little more subtle. So go through and kind of tweak. Tweak them just a little bit. Especially down here where it's overlapping. It was a bit much. All right, computer. Cool. All right. Let's see. All right, so I think I just need to, well, let's give this a flip first, and then I'm going to hate the window, and then I'm going to be frustrated that I did the rain over top of it the way that I did, because then that's going to be hard. Yep, I hate the window. I really should have made sure I liked the dimension of the building before I did this, because it's really upsetting. Okay. So the problem is with this one, all the nice stuff is kind of like this overlay layer on top. It shouldn't be too hard to redo it. Maybe I would have some cloudage there. Okay. Not terrible. Maybe. This one I think it needs to flatten out just a little bit. I took a book out of the shadow pages and changed the windows to kind of do something a little more interesting. So they're kind of a little more raindrop shape now. Just a smidge. I might bevel the bottom of them. Maybe push that raindrop kind of look. I've been trying to preserve those raindrops in front, but I think that's actually just foolhardy. Nah, I don't think that's... maybe it's not so bad. Kind of cheesy, but can't say that I'm too surprised. So bad that I'm doing it all in one layer like I am. Such a bad way to do raindrops. Just a lot of overpainting. And I'm like, oh, this is totally wrong looking now. Time to repaint all over everything and paint raindrops back through it all. And yeah, not ideal. Time to stop worrying about doing the raindrops the way that I'm doing it. Just do a layer above this after, you know, the way it should be done. I think I'll knock this back. Just a smidge there. We're at 5 o'clock. Got an hour. I feel like the actual platform shape was not really figured out. What was I thinking? take a look at the grayscale. Okay, I think I want to push the contrast a little bit more. I do like how kind of foggy and wet this whole feels, so that's pretty good. Alright, I'm going to merge all this. And time. Cool. Alright, let's give that a save, and then we're going to flip it, where the timer is important. I think they've been helping a lot, actually, because I'm working on 8 kind of different pieces today, and I've managed to get further on it than I had kind of like actually planned. Hopeful, but you know, that tends to happen with my streams is I'm kind of like, oh yeah, I can totally do all of these things, and then I only do, you know, half of that. But the timers have kind of assisted in making sure I was aware that I am spending too much time on something. Okay, so dimensions could be cleaned up a little bit. Let's turn off that backdrop, give it a save. Probably got to clean up some of the transparencies too. But let's take a quick look in here. Yeah, that looks neat. Again, I want to clean up the pillar dimension. It's a little wonky, but pretty good. Pretty good overall. Yeah, that feels misty and wet and foggy, and like you're going to be miserable if you don't have a good raincoat. where the timer is important because it expired. Yeah, it happens every time now. I might pump up the light on some angles as well, but we'll deal with that later. All right, so where are we at? Let's go back to here and turn backdrop on again. So we got Hydro, we got Forgotten. Arcane is kind of like not feeling it still, but I'll get there eventually. Shadow, Draconic, need to touch up a little bit. It's not bad. Law is close. I might be able to whip this one up pretty easily. Physical's not too bad. Tactical is going to take a little bit, but it'll be fun. So I'm going to do Law. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to flip this and complain about the window. Yep. Turn off that light so I can grab the correct colors. I'm fine with keeping these window shapes. So what I want to do with them is put bars in them. Okay. I'm going to get the treasure kind of spilling out over top of the bars a little bit. Hello, Photoshop. Computer hanging randomly.
floodlights on again. What could we do with the top up here? Kind of want to do the scales up there, and they're like way out of balance. So like, because they're supposed to represent the like, you know, against the law mice, or at least breaking it or bending it. I should have this jewel missing. Suppose that not all of these have this right now. Should probably give them all it. Exactly. It's just inside for safekeeping, right? I didn't like fence it to the hunter market or something like that. Okay. Yeah, I think that this is probably a decent direction for all this.
Okay, I might just merge stuff at this point. No, it's probably not a good idea with the floodlights. Should probably avoid that. But let's see. This could go here. Just trying to think if I move the floodlights all the way to the top, everything else could be merged. I'll have this slightly tipping actually. All right. Aside from the floodlights, I think I'll merge. All right, so I'm going to grab this color and let's kind of really knock that back. All right, I really need to mess with the
Oh, I think I know what happened. I tried turning off Windows Ink because I was having more issues, so I was thinking maybe that could help. Do I not have any calibration here? Yeah. Making it rain gold from the high heavens. Very dangerous to be under this location, but also profitable. Okay. Human drivers, that's probably where I'll do my calibrate. Oof, yeah. Let's try this closer here. Oh, that's needing to be more like that. That is better, but okay, that's feeling the best so far. You know what? How is it like all the way? Okay, that's pretty extreme. That's not bad. Okay, apparently I needed to overlap these. This might be good here. Yeah, I'll try that. Okay, turn off the floodlights again. And this is supposed to be kind of like fairly dim and dark, so should probably it's not quite right. Calibration, that is. Okay. Oh no, timer. That time flew by. I feel like I did not get anything done on this one. Well, that didn't go so well. Had to happen because I was actually doing pretty good on all the other ones, so I expected most of them to kind of like go more this route. And I did merge too early. Probably a bit foolhardy there. That's okay. I'll deal with that. Really all that means is that I might have to do the treasures on a different layer once I kind of like get the structure in a better spot. Yeah, the calibration is still pretty off. I think that just push that to the extreme. Might be. It's just that jump is not cool. I need to not start as chunky. I don't know, maybe Windows Ink did help. Yeah, it is smoother. Not gonna lie. Alright, we'll go with that. Let's hope I didn't need Windows Ink off. Sorry, I'm just gonna quickly kind of deal with a couple of things here. Coming up at 5:30. Yeah, definitely gonna have to come back to this one. Alright, well. Is what it is. Sensitivity is even worse now. Interesting. Nope. Save that. Yeah, I accidentally hit close as I saved. Sweet. Alright.
think this is the final boat that I can manage today. Well, looks better with the floodlight, at least. Okay, so let's see, what one shall we do? We got physical, perspective needs to be tweaked, tactical, and arcane. I feel like we could do arcane. This is probably a bad idea. Let's do it. End it on a fight. Let's go arcane. You and me. All right, so let's think real quick. I think the windows I will change to be a different color. Let's go with this teal. Just because I know I'll need to, I'm just gonna tweak the shape of this window. Let's round them actually. Get a nice soft dome. Cool. All right. I kind of like the red, but maybe I need to darken it and desaturate it a little bit more. Like at the bottom, I could kind of pull it up to being that red, maybe. Something like that. Yeah, the sensitivity is just wacky. Preferences. Don't think it's in here, but I'll check anyways. No, I don't think so. For some reason I remember there being some kind of calibration in Photoshop itself. Listen, sometimes I stream for a while. Let's see. Okay, I'll stop messing with that. I'll just deal with it. Let's see. Real quick though. Let's just ease up on this. Maybe I just need to maybe my brush setting. If I change the flow down to 10%, that might give me the softness that I need. Yeah, I'll go with that. Alright. Good. Okay, so I don't like this kind of like really just the purple for the red. I kind of like the red. I think I'm going to change the purple into kind of more of this brass. Although, I think for the arcane mice, I want to avoid that metal. So, let's see. Go take a look at some mice. I mean, maybe I just desaturate into like a gray. Wow, browser is real slow too. Okay, here we go. Sound the horn. Got a king's reward. Resume sound mice. Already lost 7 minutes. Where are you, arcane mice? There we are. All right. Yeah, I think that more kind of like muted brown with the red will be kind of nice. So let's do that. Probably do it on this layer here. Yeah. Mask that. Grab a brush color, and this isn't going to work so well because there's so many layers above that are kind of working off this color, right? Yeah. So those big kind of blobs coming off the sides. That's fine though. Drop that down, and then I can go to those blobs and kind of use the same thing. So color and blobify it. Cool. Definitely not orb. Kind of like a little bit of the purple coming through too, actually. Okay, so that's good. And just a touch of the purple on the top isn't bad. And then I like the cyan banners there. Okay, I think that I can actually merge, and that might actually be good for this. kind of like how blobby that board is. It's a little sloppy, the whole thing, but it might work. So let's actually grab this color and go here. Probably a bit much. Okay. The banners with a little bit of that light. I think the gold trim will like go around the door and stuff like that. Alright, so if I merge all this, I can do a little bit of cleanup in some spots. Because it needs it. This one was quite sloppily thrown together. Cool. Alright. What is this thing? Strange growth. I think maybe I'll make it look more like a wizard tower add-on. They do work in mysterious ways, is the thing. 10 seconds. No. Okay, well, I think I should probably call it on account of my wrist is starting to seize up. But overall, I think a pretty effective day. Quite happy with a bunch of the pieces that we got. Maybe not 100% there yet, but you know, well on its way. So kind of want to darken a bunch of the gold first. Brush is being real weird up there. Weird. It's being real weird. Okay, well, just have to deal with this on Monday. All right, I'm gonna give that a save. Again, sorry I don't have a Larry link today. The links are still broken, so. Cool. All right. So let's hide the backdrop, give it another save, and let's take a quick gander at the various views. So it's got quite a presence, you know. It's quite intense. Feel like seeing it in context, I kind of want to knock it back, but it's kind of neat with the globe there, lighting it that way. I think the platform, I think I need to desaturate just in general. And then here it is on mobile. Not so bad. Like, it feels like weird wizardly magic. So that is good. Maybe like gemstones on the roof or something. So it's kind of getting the essence across. That's not bad. I can tweak the shapes, maybe making these more gemstone as opposed to like globular things on the side of the building at least. I think that would be nice, actually. So let me move this over to this view so I can easily tweak it. I can close the chat here and just see that elsewhere. Tab that. Just so that we can kind of get a quick look at these each in context before I close the stream. All right, so can you see this okay? Am I covering it with my face? Move it down. Cool. All right. Actually, I'll zoom this one in a little bit. Not a lot of it. That's too much. This is fine. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so we have the arcane. And this one, I don't know. I kind of really like how this one came out so easily. I still want to tweak a bit, kind of a couple of things I would do to it, but overall, you know, it's just nice. It's not as epic as kind of other things though, so I'm kind of worried that maybe it needs to kind of get punched up on that regard. The Hydra one, that's pretty cool. Again, yeah, like the platform, I think the saturation of the platform really kind of messes with things. So I definitely got to tone that down. Shadow, that's pretty cool. I might need to deal with the overhanging scrap after all. Not bad though. Draconic, coming along. Just have a few things to finish on it. It's not too bad. I think it'd be cool to like make the windows look like, I don't know, maybe more ornate actually would be nice, because they are very decorated characters with lots of gold and fine jewelry, so I'd like to bring that into the characters and get more of that kind of like, I don't know, just tone it back a bit, I think. Got Law. This one's fun, but still a long way to go on it, unfortunately. Physical, lots to do, but I like the concept, so I'm happy with it. And tactical, lots to do, but I think that'll be pretty easy and fun, so I'm not worried about that. So that's it. I'm gonna call it. We're at 6:01. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out and being a part of this. I know there wasn't really as much kind of input on your end, but I hope everyone had a good time. I certainly felt pretty good about today. Had a good art day. Still lots to do on it as a thing. That's always the challenge. But thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. Hugely appreciative of everyone. Thank you so much, and I'll probably see you in 2 weeks-ish. We'll see, probably. But until then, stay safe and happy hunting, everyone. Take care. Bye for now.